All right, there's the 0. So it looks like we're probably live. So this will be a continuation of where I left off last night. And this is also my Saturday update live stream. So the only updates are that I finished my taxes. So taxes are submitted. And if you've been following along, you already know that the next LTB hearing is on May 26th. So yesterday I did a live, which I usually don't, just because I've been thinking about what to start working on next. So I somewhat arbitrarily decided to start this a theme where you can, if you want to see a particular type of content, you can vote with your money. So I drew up a list of things that I could work on. So I could do more of the Linux command line shorts. I could do some more like cinematic shorts, like the Netcat one. I've a few ideas for that I'd like to do. Probably take a few days to do each one. I could do more of the IRL live streaming. Could do more coding live streams. Could spend more time focusing on the block mining simulation game. And I could probably also be more productive if I work offline. But then, if I stream it, though, there's like chat revenue and there's increased memberships and stuff. So, and I can also chat with people. So. And then, of course, there's also the scripted long form, so I could focus more on that. But I could go on a 6-month arc to do more of each of these things. More cinematic shorts. There's at least a couple of concepts that I was thinking of that can probably crank out quickly. I probably will. I'm not 100% sure. I'm in this kind of limbo period because, I'm thinking. So I've got the N13 merits hearing is on May 26th. So that's going to be a very big distraction. And of course, after that happens, so I don't want to start any big project and then get interrupted halfway through that. So having that there makes things makes me not want to commit to any big project. So I'm thinking maybe I might even do. Just continue this kind of raising funds for a world domination stream theme for, I don't know. I'll see how many days I can get this, I can continue this series, but maybe I'll just keep doing this series for the next little while, just see what happens. And maybe even experiment with some other live stream content, and then just, spend a month listening to people's feedback, maybe do a bit of work on the block mining simulation game. Experiment with new content types, and if I have some time, crank out some of the. I think some of the shorts. I think probably those don't have a huge time commitment, so I could probably work on some of those. And that, of course, I also. My biggest video is a semiconductor video, so there's lots of content on semiconductors I'd like to do. Now, in terms of impact in the world, I think the scripted long form would probably have the most impact. But every time I do one of those, I'm like, man, this is taking so long. This message has been held for review. Interesting. Is that something you typed, or is that I assume that's not a YouTube thing. Let's see. I wonder why you don't combine your shorts and release them as a single video. I could. That might get a duplicate content flag or something. I don't really know how YouTube's policy works with the duplicate content. There's a playlist, so you can kind of get the same out of that. This will solve your ad revenue issue. Will it though, or will it get my channel flagged for duplicate content? Keep the shorts, but release them in combined video later. I could, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure if it's a. I don't know. I don't know how the YouTube's internal thing works with flagging duplicate content. The message has been held for review. I assume. I'm curious. Is that something on your end? Like, is that a message that you're getting? That it says it's been held for review. I think I have it. I'm kind of lazy. I just leave it on top chat because sometimes it does moderate some stuff that I should be moderated. In terms of my chat moderation, I'll probably just always let it default to top chat, and then if you're being censored, because I have the chat embedded in the stream, this way you'll know for sure if you're being censored. I can't believe I'm joining for the second day in a row. Yeah, I'm maybe. I'm not sure. It's possible. I may try to just stream every day for a little while, just for see where it takes me. See what if there's any consistent viewer count and whether it actually makes sense. Why don't you start some tutorials on YouTube? You have immense knowledge, you can earn a lot of money via that. The problem is the rate at which I think about ideas for content is like 100 times faster than the rate at which I can produce content. Like, to make good content, it takes an incredible amount of time, and it just takes me forever to get stuff out. Really enjoy your take on immigration. Yeah, hopefully that video, somebody in a position of power watches that and it leads to some improvements for somebody. Like some good educated videos on system programming from you. The big problem is, like, to make good programming content, especially the programming content, the total addressable audience is much lower. So the revenue from it, like the videos I can do, like even I have like my video on SSH. That's I think a pretty good video on SSH, but it's only got it's probably got less than 10,000 views or something. So the total, it's just not, I'll go broke making that content. So I have to kind of, like the immigration video, I think that the total addressable market for that video is much bigger than it is for the kind of niche, like more software centric content. So I'll have to kind of intersperse some of the content, make some of the ones that are like the more entertaining one, like the how to make a CPU. That was one of my hits. Because I guess even though it's technical, it's entertaining to a wide audience. What's the looking like to your friends currently? Need to assess whether to change majors. What's CA looking? Do you mean CA is in Canada, or CS is in computer science? Oh, yeah, CS. CS looking to your friends currently. So most of my friends all left Canada, and they all got really good tech jobs. I think I'm probably one of the least successful people in my class. So make what you will of that. Yeah, some of the people that I knew from like the thing is, when I graduated, though, that was like the best time in like the history of humanity to go into that major, and the kind of 10 years of prosperity that's very much changing right now. So I think going into CS, if you're really interested in programming and passionate about it, I think it's okay to continue, because like right now we're going through a crunch. Things are companies are going through layoffs, and the world economy is shifting and stuff like that. But if you went into computer science and you hate programming, and you just want to make a lot of money, then this is probably not a good time to go into CS. If you hate it. James Goodrich sends $5. I don't know how many loonies this will convert to, but you can ignore the vote. Enjoy your work. Thank you for the kind words. So I guess that converts to 6,994 loonies. So thank you very much. Yeah, so yesterday we raised $15 for World Domination. So that's a decent pad to the revenue for the day. I think the overall YouTube revenue is it's been trending down because my videos have been I haven't posted that many videos in a while. I think the baseline revenue is still around like at least $30 or something though. So the extra super chat revenue is nice to pad it on top. Cosmic Alpha 7 is exciting. He's messing with your head. I guess you maybe mean the thing Total Tech posted earlier. You Arch Linux, please. You Arch Linux, please. I don't know what to make of that request. People only watch tutorial when they need it. Tutorials do not do well in terms of view. Yeah, there's some of them. Some of them do end up getting like crazy amounts of views. Like you will see some kind of like there's like the best algorithms tutorial video will have like 1 million views or something. But if you like ask how many coding tutorial videos are there on YouTube, there's a lot. That's probably like 50% of YouTube is like coding tutorials for some obscure thing, and lots of them don't get many views. So the way to get more views on it is to produce really good quality tutorials, and making it good quality requires a lot of time. Have you voted yet? No, I guess the official voting day is 28th, I think. So I'll just vote then. Most programming tutorial channels that I know rarely cross 1 million mark. Yeah, I mean there's a selection bias in that you see the ones that are successful, but there's tons of ones out there that have like 9,000 views that have like 100 videos on them. Don't worry, Robert, you will succeed in world domination. I believe in you. Excellent. Learn C and Rust and help contribute to Linux instead. I already know C pretty well. I don't plan to learn Rust anytime soon. Hope you're keeping well. Yep, I'm pretty good today. I already got whatever sickness was going around a few weeks ago and recovered from that. Web dev is completely saturated. Very difficult to find a job. Yeah, it's I guess the trend of like JavaScript nonsense lasted a bit longer. I mean, in hindsight, I should have rode that wave while it was a thing, but it was around probably sometime in around 2014. That was kind of when I decided like learn this treadmill of like learning JavaScript frameworks is not something that I want to do. I remember going back when there's kind of more of a tech scene here. There was all these meetups for every JavaScript framework. For like there was a Vue.js meetup and an Ember.js meetup, and I remember going to each of them and I was like, wow, I'm really sold on this framework. I should learn Ember.js, and I don't even know if people use that anymore now. And Vue.js, there was a bunch of people who were excited about that. React seemed to be the one that actually survived, but I guess now we're into like Next.js, which I spent like about a week or two on a project learning on that, and then I had to focus more on the back end, and then the project was completed, and so much for that. I'm still waiting for the Robert Eller coin to pump and dump with my Bash. I'll go trading script. I was thinking about I will just for your information, I will never do a cryptocurrency rug pull. So if you see if you see some live stream of with my face being like, hey everyone, I'm doing a cryptocurrency coin or something like that, just know that my channel got hacked or something. If you're ever seeing me shilling some kind of coin, so but I probably will at some point do a joke a joke rug pull or coin or something with probably a physical product. I would like to go into game dev, but looking at all the layoffs, I'm worried that I won't even be able to find a job in that field in the future 4 years. Yeah, I guess I'm looking to go into game dev. Honestly, this might be an okay time. Like if you're just starting like a 4-year degree program, this might be an okay time to be doing it, although it'll be difficult to get co-ops. But I think like someone graduating today, like this is a really bad time to graduate. But if you're spending the next 4 years studying mostly, in 4 years, who knows how long we could be bad for 10 years. So I don't want to give people bad advice, but I think at some point, I think companies are still shedding the excess employees that they hired during the COVID pandemic. Like I think we're getting to the tail end of that now, but there's not a lot of with the tariffs and the world economy shifting and stuff like that, we're going to be things are going to slow down for a while, and then eventually things will come back. Like technology is controlling the world, and I think there's probably a lot of companies that are laid off a bunch of their employees because they said, oh, we'll just use AI to replace these people. But at some point, I think that's going to come full circle, and they're going to realize, oh, we actually need some of these people back. Unless, of course, we get total general AI, and then that's like the end of everything. That's like the end of all. That's going to be the end of the existing economies we know it. I'm in Quebec right now, and there is very, very little dev jobs right now. Yeah, I mean the response to that is a lot of people are going to drop out of the field or change their decisions. So to make up for that, because they people don't want to be unemployed and waste their time. But then in a few years, then there's going to be fewer people graduating. Market is pretty shaky right now. What is this? Is this a joke or something? Like seriously, is this stream a gag? No offense. Well, if I could get enough money to take over the world, I'd be down to take over and fix all the problems in the world, but we'll see if you've got enough money to help me finance my endeavors. Then it doesn't have to be a joke. Just a regular conversation with the audience. Robert does every now and then. Yeah, basically. Just confused by the title. Cool stream though. Everything sucked. Honestly. Learned this library, that library. Learned yes. Learn next. Learn loopback. Yeah, the worst part is where I get really soured on it is for some consulting contracts, they wanted me to learn I learned Angular 1.0. I spent a couple of weeks learning that framework, and that was just a total waste of time, because then they went to Angular 2, and I guess Angular 2 is nothing like Angular 1, and then since then they're on probably Angular 18 or something now, and a lot of those frameworks and stuff, there's a whole model behind raise venture capital, build an open source library that it's full of bugs and problems, and then basically sell the kind of enterprise level support. So you basically kind of create your own consulting company around your own library. And the problem is when those things, when when the underlying business becomes no longer viable, they kind of just abandon the framework, and it's not a. I don't know. The reason I got away from JavaScript is people just kept reinventing the same thing over and over again. There's like zero innovation. Most folks in tech have dreamed of world domination, even if just as a meme. Robert seems to be putting his dream to reality. Yeah, you gotta. Someone's got to, put some effort behind it. YouTube randomly blocks my comment for no reason. Huh. I've noticed sometimes people who post or comment a lot, and people who edit comments, I've noticed that it will like moderate and censor those people. I do notice. I would say like I don't have any criticisms of your comments for now, but you're posting probably more frequently than some of the other people, so maybe YouTube's like throttling you or something. World domination it is. What's your text editor IDE of choice? I like to use Vim, but recently I've been using IntelliJ. I've been trying to do some streams where I test out that, because all these AI, like I've just done Java development in Vim for years, and it's been on my to-do list to like actually learn. The last IDE I used was Eclipse way back in the day, but recently I've been trying to make an effort to actually use an IDE so I can get like it used to be just the built-in like code generators for like automatically generate getters and setters, and that's not a huge advantage. But now that we have all these AI integrations and stuff, I have to I feel like I should really learn at least one IDE so I'm not like totally living in the last century. What are the steps for running as candidate for a political party? I mean, I would vote for you if you ran. What are the steps for running as candidate for a political party? I guess depends on like where and what jurisdiction. You can run for like local mayor or I guess it depends on how high your ambitions are. I think you can run for like independent in a certain I don't even know what it's called, like the district or sub-region or whatever. Actually, you can. JReg has a YouTube channel. You can check out his. He ran. I think it was for mayor of Ottawa, and he went through the process, kind of like as a joke, and it was kind of illuminating. I need to learn the concepts of JavaScript, TypeScript. I'm focusing too much on the next shiny library hurts more than it helps. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, like, if you want to go work somewhere, you have to learn the library that they want you to learn. And I find the big issue is that everywhere you go to work, every new place you go, they're like, oh, learn this library. This is the library, it's the future. And then they sell you on it, and you're like, okay, I'll believe this. And then you go there and learn it, and then 6 months later, they're chasing they want you to learn some other new library. And yeah, but employers want it. Yeah, that's the thing. I live in India. We produce a factory of low skills dev every month. Competition is ruthless. There's no choice. There is only Nano. Yeah, Nano's pretty good to get started. I've had a few occasions where I've had my YouTube comments seemingly disappear, and it would happen for a few days across all of YouTube, then go back to normal. Not sure why. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some kind of like at this point they probably have like some crazy advanced AI that's doing like threat modeling based on IP blocks and stuff. And maybe maybe there's someone like the same IP block as you that got on some kind of a list. Maybe too straightforward sentence, but I'm not sure how to become a 37-year-old broke loser. Felt like you had midlife crisis or something. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically, 37. If 37 is midlife, then I guess that means I'd live to be 70, 74. So that'd be yeah, I guess you could say it's about midlife, and it's definitely a crisis. But fortunately, my main hope is that video would make at least enough YouTube revenue to boost the revenue, and then hopefully get some growth. And of course, it actually did. So the total revenue from that video so far, like from since it was posted till now, it's about $10,000, and that brought in more traffic on the whole channel in general. So YouTube revenue has been up, but it's been trending down sharply, mainly because I have not posted a ton of videos, but also in the summertime the traffic goes down substantially anyway. How much do you rate yourself in vanilla JavaScript? I'd say most of the JavaScript that I know is actually vanilla JavaScript. My JavaScript knowledge is kind of stuck in the year 2014. That was kind of when I, last actually did a lot of, like when I started doing JavaScript, you had to have all these like try catch blocks to check for like the ActiveX plugin for like a XML HTTP request that was on Internet Explorer and stuff. But now it's a lot easier with just, well, I mean, jQuery is even pretty ancient history now. But I became pretty proficient with using jQuery and React.js, of course. But there's a lot of newisms. There's a lot of like newer syntax in JavaScript that I kind of habitually avoided because it used to not work globally in like Internet Explorer or something. But now I think Internet Explorer, I mean even Microsoft I don't think uses Internet Explorer now. So I have no idea how things have changed in the last couple of years about with respect to like browser compatibility with certain features. Honestly, I feel the web APIs, they've got to a point where the number of web APIs like WebRTC and all that stuff, like I just can't keep up with. I don't even know what is possible now in the browser. And I think at some point they added some stuff like through JavaScript you could like access the USB ports and stuff, and graphics acceleration, and I don't even keep track of it. You could use NeoVim. It has compilate support. You can configure it how you like. Interesting. Yeah. People have mentioned NeoVim a lot, and I have never tried NeoVim even once. I think it was released like after I had already been pretty proficient in Vim, so I haven't thought about it a lot. 7 or 8. I'm working at Adobe currently, technical consultant. Past, I am trying to run away from editors with AI char. Trying to, code only using AI. Does ChatGPT like to beat around the bush? I guess. I think sometimes it's not a super transparent. Like tries to, self-censor, but I think you can request it to be less politically correct. Is that the case even for a mature company? Sorry, I lost the context of what that's referring to. Trading code is configurable. If you don't want it, you can just disable it. What is Nano? Nano is a very simple text editor for the command line. If you don't know the key bindings for Vim, it's just very simple. You can use arrows and stuff. 7 or 8. Okay, I'll skip that one. My guess is that any useful IDE AI pattern will eventually trickle down to a better designed Vim plugin. Yeah, I had kind of high hopes for some decent Vim plugins for some of that stuff, but it seems like it's not a. I couldn't find, at least the ones that I would trust. Like I found some Vim plugins for like a language server integration, but it's some sketchy small Git project from some random person, and I don't really don't really trust it enough to install it. The 4 or 5. My job is to implement tag code for analytics and AEP. I guess probably like marketing analytics. PDW. BJA. Oh, Bjarne. Raised himself a C at S7 at C++. Yeah, C++ is incredibly complicated. Like having written a decent part of a C compiler, having tried to write, that's really windy out, having tried to write a C compiler for a pretty substantial subset of ISO C89, which is like the initial standard of C, even just C, the language, is there's so many corner cases. Like there's all kinds of stuff you'd never think about. Like there's a type of there's a certain type specifier that you can create, but you can only create it through typedefs. Like you cannot actually write it. What is it? I think it's a const qualified pointer or something. And these are things you only think about when you're writing a compiler. The punchline there is that since most valid C programs are also a valid C++ program, with of course a few exceptions. So there's just and then of course there's like K and R style C declarations and all kinds of stuff. I have an article called "How to Get Fired Using Switch Statements and Statement Expressions," and in that, I found an example case where you can write a there's a GNU extension for statement expressions. I think it's an extension, yeah, and it actually crashed the compiler. It was causing like a seg fault within Clang for at least a while. I'm now pivoting to analytics, so focusing on SQL. Yeah, SQL is pretty broadly useful. Very, very transferable skills. It's just Vim, but instead of Vim script, you can use LUA. Vim script also works, though. Interesting. I guess that's probably in reference to the I'm losing my context. That was about probably like the language server plugins, or I guess the AI plugins. Can you explain static to me in Java? Sure. So let me pull up some code. So this here is a class that I have for this is a class that I have for and I instantiate it for on both the client and the server. But so here I have a static method, and I just kind of stuffed it in this class because I wanted it to be accessible anywhere, and I made it static because I want to be able to access this method even if I don't have an instance, a reference to instance this. So the cases where you would use static are you have some kind of method in a class, and you don't necessarily want to create an instance first. So the key thing there is the method itself does not reference anything. Like you don't need an individual copy of that. Like if you had a class for a house or something, every single instance of that house class, there's going to be different people in every different house or something. But if you have some kind of like universal set of constants, like if you have like building codes or building standards or something, you might have like a static member inside of that class, of the house class, that references. So that way, the advantage there is that you only have one copy of the information in the entire JVM, so you're not like wasting space. If you're taking like one numerical constant, you don't need five. If you have 5,000 instances of a class, you only need one piece of memory that's actually taking up that constant that's universal to all of them. No object is required for main method in Java. That's why it's static. No object is required. I guess for the main method in Java, it's like your first thing that gets called, so it has to be special in a way, because I guess since it's the first thing, there's no way to other way to instantiate it. NeoVim, okay. PSVM is my favorite Java method. Public static void main. Anyone see it's simple, but it's completely different in Java. Yeah, I remember, even having written a C compiler, I almost started to forget. If I remember correctly, it kind of seems different, but I think in terms of the implementation, it actually is kind of a little bit similar. Because I remember for static variables, when you're like implementing the compiler, you can almost implement them like you can put them in the same place as like a global. So instead of like putting it in the stack frame when you're executing a method, instead of being like reallocated in the stack frame, you can, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've used static in C. You can, so in a way, if I remember correctly, it's almost, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like a global, but the scope where you reference it is local to wherever you declared it, but the lifetime is basically like global. And there it has the same advantages in Java, where you can you only have one physical place in memory where you need that to take up space. What's your reason for choosing Java instead of C for the block simulator game? One of the main reasons is I've written enough C to know that I don't want to write any more data structures or any string manipulation in C. Like string concatenation in Java is just so much easier and less error prone, and the amount of like memory access violations and stuff that you can get in within C is just, I don't want to deal with that. I'd be constantly like running val grind and writing, like eventually I find once you get big enough, once you get a C program that's big enough, you end up writing your own like memory pooling thing and memory allocator, deallocator and stuff. So method belongs to the class itself rather than any particular instance object of the class. Yeah, it does, although it's like even if you have an instance, you can still reference the static method. It just means it's kind of like on the static method, you have a restriction. You can't, for example, use this because the concept of this inside a static method doesn't make sense because you're saying it's static. There's only one of this method for the whole class. But you could reference other static variables. Basically conserves memory. If objects, I'll use a common method since it has the same info. Yes, I would say it's more about conserving space for the variables than the actual method, because I think technically like the bytecode, I'm not sure about like templating and stuff, but the bytecode, you only need one copy of the bytecode, but the actual variables that you're operating on, those are the ones that can that are going to end up eating up like massive amounts of space. And I guess there are also like with inheritance and stuff, you have like v tables and stuff. So if you have a static method, but I guess you could have inheritance with your static methods and stuff. So, but yeah, it's mainly about conserving space for the variables within it, and then when you place this restriction that it's static, it just kind of it makes it a little bit more easy to reason about that you're not going to manipulate the class instance. Static method you call, but the creating instance of class. Yes, that's in fact like the exact reason why I stuffed that in here. It's because it just at a random other place in my program. I just do so this is in like block model context. I'll just write like so I can just do that. So I want to just randomly convert something like that. I do that anywhere in the program. Whereas if I needed to have an instance of that, I need to get this your block model context. So now I need to create an instance of this if I'm in a random place. So then I'd have to look at the constructor, and so the constructor if I want to create an instance, I need a block manager thread collection and client server interface. So I need to like get those variables somewhere. But if I just have if I stuff that in static, then I don't need to create an instance. Kind of like global variable, but limited to the class. Yeah, I'd say the comparison of like global in terms of where it lives in memory, like when you implement it in the compiler, yeah, it would make a lot of sense to compare it to how like the memory life cycle. It would be similar to a global, but the scope is not the same as a global. Exactly, use the same philosophy for no project in my internship. ED manager told us not to use functional JS. Never mind, thought the stream froze. Yeah, there's some random warnings. Stream's bitrate, current bitrate. Yeah, I do notice concurrent viewers drops down a bit sometimes. I guess it's maybe it's randomly streaming. Maybe my when my computer slows down or something like that, it drops. All the more reason to raise more funds for world domination so I can buy even faster streaming computers. Robert has mastered the art of not moving at all. In Python, static method and class methods are two different things, and it throws people off coming from Java. Yeah, I forget. Honestly, I haven't programmed a lot in the last few months. I'm starting to forget how to program. I don't remember much. It was before I was fired, early 24. We were not allowed to use functional JS, so we did something like module export my class name, and then inside my controller we use that. Yeah, the model export, module.export, that's one of those JavaScript isms that I know. I kind of stopped using JavaScript a bit before that was commonplace, the module export. Honestly, I found the JavaScript got like with all the new frameworks and stuff, it got incredibly complicated with all the like module exporting and stuff. Like even trying to figure out how a basic Hello World program works, you had to like basically write like just start off with a basic. I remember going through a tutorial again just to do like a basic Hello World application with React.js to just put like Hello World on a page, and you had to download like 200 megabytes of like node modules and stuff, and then basically compile it down to some minified monstrosity, and it's very, very difficult to coming from someone who was used to just writing stuff from scratch. Trying to get an idea of like how the page bootstrapped itself is very difficult. We're talking about static again. I guess so. There's lots of demand for that topic. You could use nothing's STP header files. They're smaller C++.h files which have all the data structures. I use it all the time for my current game engine project. Yeah, I've done enough C++ that I don't think it makes sense to. If I was going to have thousands of lines of code written in something, I would prefer to have it in Java than C. Technically, my project does have some C++ in it still. There's certain there's some J&I library. I had to make a J&I library so I could call it to the signal handler and listen for window resize events and stuff. And I'll probably have to add some more stuff to that in the future. A few streams ago, we talked about it a bit. Yeah, I guess that's a popular question. Static is. I seem to admit it, but I learned React before I knew JS. Yeah, I'm very much the other way. Keep going on the block mining game. Yeah, the plan was to work on that a little bit today. Usually when I start the stream, there's lots of chats and questions and stuff, and then once things die down, then I'll once I catch up with chat, then I'll try and make a little bit of progress on the block binding game. Next.js is AI though? Is it? I guess when I last used it, that was kind of before the big AI boom. I always felt really didn't know JS because I only knew JS and not React. Yeah, the first time I used React, I remember the whole JSX, the whole writing in JSX. I thought that was kind of like almost like an anti-pattern. So I actually learned. I started off learning React.js by writing things in the JavaScript that the JSX compiled to, and after a while, I realized that the JSX thing is kind of here to stay. Although it's kind of it makes things really difficult for newcomers. Like there's already so much to know with CSS and JavaScript, but now to understand and map like JSX attributes and how they get transformed into JavaScript attributes, it's very, very confusing. I had an engineering degree. In India, our professors don't know anything, so learned everything online. Yeah, I can learn a lot online these days. Does the Java's garbage collector have performance impacts on your game? Not that I'm aware of. I did have some issues with latency. What was it I was doing? Some of the way the chunks were getting handled was kind of slow. So I changed around the data structures a bit to make them a bit more efficient. My uni still probably teaches Java 8. The Java versioning confuses me. I guess they went to they went to 10 or something, and then they changed to they changed the numbers in a weird way that tricked me for the longest time. What was it? I think they started like 1.8, 1.9 or something, and then they just combined the two numbers together. If you don't mind, I'd like some advice. Recently I got talk with some friends, 4 of us. We'll have some IT CS soon. I'm thinking about starting an IT consulting business. Is this worth a try? That's good. That's a good question. So have you? But the most condensed advice I can give you. So if you go to my channel and you type in the word consulting, I'm not sure how many of my videos you've watched, but if you just type in the word consulting, so I have some videos there that don't get many views. They probably have 3,000 views or something. A lot of my software consulting knowledge is distilled into those. So those would definitely be I think a good watch for your time. I think those videos should have more views than they do, but and if you haven't watched the how to become a 37-year-old broke loser video, not saying that'll happen to you, but I think there's if you listen to my stories and the main takeaway from that is the stories of the anecdotes and the kind of nonsense that you should expect and kind of be prepared for. And so you can learn to recognize certain patterns and figure out how to set up contracts and stuff to protect yourself. So I'm not saying it's I would not say it's a bad idea. I think if you all have entrepreneurial ambitions, starting a company is it could be that you start a company with your friends, and then after 6 months, one of your friends leaves and it's kind of peters out, and when you get a contract and one person wants to stay and some people want to go, and people there may be some drama, but if you're really entrepreneurially interested, you will still learn. I encourage people to be entrepreneurial, so I think it's a good idea to do your research, watch some of those videos that I made on my consulting experiences, and bake some of my bad experiences into your expectations, and so that will prepare you for the things you might kind of face, and then when you face them for the first time, you may be able to recognize when things are going sideways a bit quicker, and hopefully not waste as much time. The other thing, I think technically, I think I was unlucky. in that if even one of my contracts panned out a little bit better, I think I would have done way better. Yeah, but it's difficult though because there's so many like nonsense things. Like even now, still I get I guess because I get more like consumer traffic. There's more people who now who have like app ideas and stuff who message me and they're like, hey, I want to build a cryptocurrency casino or something like that. Like if I were you, I'd stay away from anything like that. And I would only consider consulting for like a boring company where you're sure that company makes money. And yeah, any kind of like pie in the sky, like going to revolutionize the future of this or that. Like if you're doing an actual software consulting company, I don't think you want to be doing some kind of cutting edge, extremely high risk venture capital funded thing. If you do plan to, if you were thinking about consulting, like if you want to be involved with that, I would say raise the venture capital yourself, and then because that way you're not going to be like downstream of something that's already high risk. Because there's so many of those companies that are just like even a lot of Y Combinator companies, like consulting for some of those would probably be really awful. For, like among the ones where the founders really don't know what they're doing and where the company's going to fail, but the founders don't know it yet. GC can be used for games fine, but I think strategy matters. No. I found that as long as I use the right data structure, like I haven't really met too many. I haven't had too many bottlenecks yet, but I mean I guess I haven't done anything super high performance yet. How to code on phone? I don't know. I've never coded on my phone. What's your time? Most of the time, your software typically waiting on some I/O operation. Scheme is not that demanding where I'd imagine it's going to be bottlenecked by Java garbage collector. There is actually there was some stuff where I had to I did have to optimize it a bit, like when so if I'm moving around, the way that every time I move and update the position, it recalculates whatever the closest chunks are. So to give good feedback when so as I move down, it's loading pretty fast here because it's on a fast computer, but so as I move down, you can see it's loading the chunks that are closest to the cursor. Let me try and catch up with this. Yeah, this thing's fast enough. So if I go down here and then I move over this way, notice how it's loading those chunks and it stopped loading the other ones. So that was actually to make that to make it intelligent enough so that it like loads and processes the chunks close to where you physically are. That was actually so to implement that, it has to like maintain a list of all those chunks that are queued to be loaded, and it has to constantly update that. And so constantly adding and removing from that list, that actually did that was kind of my first performance bottleneck. But I think the result is pretty good. What do you think about the current interview process? About you spend hours on learning and solving lead code problems, which actually don't measure your capabilities as a software dev. Lead code kind of came after me. I have no experience. I've never even looked at lead code at all. But before that, it was like whiteboard interviews. So you'd have to learn like, merge sort and learn all these algorithms, stuff like that. So it's kind of been awful forever, but I imagine now it's getting worse. And actually now that we have AI, I don't even know how interviews happen at all now, because like now your interviewer wants to prevent you from cheating using AI and stuff. So I just know that interviewing is terrible, and I don't really have a lot to say about it. There used to be there's a lot of people who believed significantly that take-home problems were like a really good way to measure people, but even now, that's kind of in question with all the AI stuff. Thanks. I'll be sure to check it out. We're trying to make the most while we're still young and can afford risks. Yeah, I would say if you want to plan for success, sit down and have some conversations and say like, what happens, like when and if, like, whatever kind of equity splits or whatever you're doing, what do you do when one person leaves? So, or like, let's say one person, let's say one person's parents get sick or something like that, and then they have to take a bunch of time off, and so then they're not doing as much work. And like, you could give someone a break for a week, but then like, what happens if after a week, when this crisis is over, they're still not doing work, and they're not putting in, they're not pulling their weight, and you take them aside, and then things get better for a week, and you keep being issues that come up with certain people, like how do you, and there may be some people that just I think probably a very likely outcome is that you'll do this for a while, and then one person in the team, you'll be like in the middle of something, and they'll just be like out of nowhere, be like, yep, I got a job, I have a full-time job now, so I'm going to be stopping this. And I guess depending on what the makeup of your team is, if there's like anyone, if there's like any couples who are in the crew of people, that would be a thing to think about. Like, what if somebody breaks up with someone? It'd be nice to have like what happens financially, what happens with the responsibility. Just have that like written down on a piece of paper somewhere, or like have a game plan, so that way, and if you're doing some kind of like equity split or something, make sure you think about how that's going to work. I mean, if you're doing like a consulting company, I've almost thought that the way, what could actually be might even be a good like, alternative to doing a company altogether, is have everyone in the company actually incorporate their own company. So all of you are your own individual like legal entity. You could, it'd be a bit to fully incorporate, maybe be a bit extra money. You maybe just have like one of you incorporate, and then the rest of you, you could consider it like you're actually like self-employed, you're independent contractors or something. And so then you can actually write out your own contracts. So like there's like your sales guy, that's the person that is doing the legal contract with the people, with the companies, the external companies. And then within the company, you can like, amongst yourself, subcontract the work as if you were at arm's length, and then come up with whatever terms that you would have if you like just hired some random person off the street. And so that way, in the process of making up those contracts and protecting yourself against like whatever internal risks that exist, I think that would kind of flex your business muscles a lot, and it would also make things a lot more easy and graceful. Because like if you actually hire a consulting company and start hiring, start growing and hiring random people who are not your friends, you're going to face the same kinds of dilemmas and issues and learnings and stuff like that. But of course, I think if everyone incorporated their own company, that's probably going to overcomplicate it. And you've got a lot of extra accounting overhead and stuff. Wilson, use VS Code browser or something similar. GitHub Workplace. Is it necessary to use lists to load the chunks? I'd imagine special hashing would work. Great, or is it the dynamically generated to do that? I'll come back to that. Gotta go to bed now. Final thoughts of the day. The entire web dev thing sucks. Well said. Thank you for the 200. I think it's rupees. Thank you very much. I'll add that to my World Domination Fund. Have a good night. Necessary to use lists to load the chunks. So the way it works is so as I move around, there's a set of chunks that have to be loaded. So every one of those is those like little squares. That's a chunk and a specific address that's it's in the set of chunks to be loaded. And every time I move, it has to recalculate what is the closest chunk in space to my current person's position. And so as I'm moving around, so like if I move down here like this, so it's loading stuff close to me, and then it stopped loading stuff over there. And then when I change direction, so every time it's reprioritizing that list, and if I stop, then it just does whatever is closest to me. And so to calculate that, it first takes the set of chunks that have to be loaded. It sorts that according to how close it is to where I am. And then, so that whole operation, that's fairly intensive. And then I guess, yeah, there's a few different, getting the whole block loading and unloading thing working correctly was a bit of work, because there's the pending requests, and then there's the also once I get a response, if the chunk is unloaded, then I have to, right now it's doing it on the client. There's a client thread that that actually initializes the block, and then it does a write. So it's kind of I eventually have to move that so that works on the server. So because technically the client shouldn't be the one deciding it's at a given place in the terrain. Wait till you find out what Android app dev. Yeah, I guess I actually stayed away from mobile app dev specifically because it seemed to be kind of a dumpster fire. It was kind of the same thing as like the JavaScript frameworks nonsense. Just watch your immigration video. Very nuanced, well-founded opinions on a very difficult and for many highly emotional subject. Very much enjoyed it. Yeah, hopefully I spent quite a bit of time in the script for that, so hopefully hopefully someone with the means to improve the situation will watch that and make things better. Are you planning on adding mobs, NPCs to your game? Yes, eventually. Right now, though, I have to make it work better. There's actually I queued up some stuff to do today to get it working in the IntelliJ IDE a little bit better. The individual entity is kind of how we are planning for it now. Me and another buddy will be the directors of the company for now until we were stable. The other two will be independent contractors. Yeah, I think that's good. That's a good model, because then, like if you think about a couple of the people as independent contractors, you can informally say like you guys are kind of like co-founders. We can think about you as co-founders, but then everything has to be written in contracts, and depending on like how much you trust each other, so you can make a contract that's like 5 sentences or something, or you can just do a handshake, say like, don't worry, we can trust each other, or you can actually like you could go online and search for like a software consulting contract or something, and then use someone else's contract, and you could have like you could look up like indemnification clauses, invoicing terms and stuff like that. And if you want, like even for fun, just to get to learn how it works, you could kind of go through all of those formalities with your friends. So that way, like if you get in a fight, like if there's a dispute or miscommunication, you can resolve that much more easily with a friend than you can with someone who's actually at arm's length from you. And that would kind of help you. It would be kind of like unnecessary and more work, but if you want to learn about business, that's a good way to like learn the ropes of real business without actually suffering the potential downsides and like getting sued and stuff like that, or getting into fights with people, because that's where there's nothing worse than like you start a project with someone and they give you some requirements, and then you send off they're everything's great, and then you send off the invoice, and then they don't pay the invoice, and they start complaining about stuff. I'm like, well, we never talked about this. That was not in the contract and stuff. Daydreaming about the high-tech society of the future is becoming increasingly nonsensical when we can't even figure out the low-tech details of the present. What an incredible sentence. Yeah, it's definitely definitely true. That sentence resonated with a few other people I saw in the comments, and I mean, more and more, like I want to just write code. I want to program and stuff, but this, so much stuff about the housing crisis and, planning for the next tenant board hearing and stuff like that. And then, of course I could leave here, but then I got to pay like $2,000. My rent will double if I go anywhere else. And I'm, at that point, there's not really a lot of reason to live here in Ontario, so I'd probably just leave entirely. Seeing the game and hearing you explain the logic reminds me of first learning C++ using OpenGL to mess around. Fun times. Yeah, the graphics are pretty bad, but the goal will be to make it make the internal logic really nice and good, and then once it kind of works internally a bit better, like it's the graphics are not great, but I think the chunk loading is pretty slick now. I had some bad bugs in it that I eventually figured out, and it's working pretty good now. And so I actually have it built as like a client server model. So I haven't actually released any multiplayer code yet, but I do have some I have some like design stuff in the works, but it's not. It's kind of not true to say that multiplayer it has multiplayer yet. Technically, you could say it has multiplayer with race conditions and the ability to like overwrite other players, and there's no like security, so you could just like you could host that on a socket and connect to it with no security, but yeah, work in progress. Have you considered joining CF, Canadian Air Force? I probably will not do that anytime soon. From what I've heard, it's incredibly difficult to join. What about the infantry? Infantry, that's like a... I said I don't know exactly what the definition of modern infantry is, but I don't think I'm physically built for infantry. Heard they are hiring cybersecurity experts. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on in the world. I know. I think the U.S. has kind of woken up to Canada to to finally be like, oh yeah, we really should start actually investing in our military again, after repeatedly saying we're going to do that and then not do it over and over again. But I don't know. It remains to be seen. We may get taken over. We may get took over by the U.S. soon once Carney gets elected, and then the country splits up. So pretty soon the Canadian Air Force will be the American Air Force. Let's see. I'll probably go to the washroom. So the chat has slowed down a bit. So after I come back, I'll answer the next chats, and then I'll maybe do some work on start working on some of the IDE stuff with the block mining game. I'll be back in a minute. Since you're working on a game, curious if you're familiar with Jonathan Blow. Yes, I have. I've checked out some of the frequent streamers on Twitch, and that's why I think I first saw him on there. And then I've also seen some clips of his. He's got some. He has some interesting takes on programming and stuff. I'm hyped about Mr. Blow's new language. Yeah, I kind of. He's talked a bit about like making a language and making an OS and some stuff. But I feel like I burned myself out on those. There's like an academic urge a lot of programmers have to make their own language, or write a compiler or some like a grandiose thing. But there's too many new languages now. Not many people use. I find a lot of them don't. They kind of they're like syntax sugar. They don't really add a whole lot of interesting new stuff. But I don't know. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, and his new language will go viral. But like anybody can make it's basically an undergraduate course on compilers. You basically invent your own language. What they'll do is usually you'll make like a C-like language or a Java-like language for one course on compilers, but then and so instead of like making up your own custom syntax, they'll just say implement Java, and it's very easy to implement like the basics of it, but to take it to take it to production level. And then the other thing is optimization. So you can So you can do the compiling. Like I guess one thing I'd probably wonder is like I know the whole Clang project was designed to create like compiler front ends and back ends, and I think the whole concept of LLVM, low level virtual machine, which I guess ended up not being a virtual machine or something, was the idea was to create like some intermediary language, so you could take in the compiler front end could take in like C, C++, and probably even like Rust and some things like that, and then the back end could like do the optimization and linking and stuff. So I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure much about the Clang internals, but I could kind of see a use case for just like a language front end for like inventing your own language if you hooked into like an existing compiler backend or something, because it's so much work. And then even once you've compiled the language, to get like optimized bytecode and stuff, and implement stuff like tail recursion and things like that, it's almost like a lot of wasted effort to just reinvent that. It's just so much work. Like it's not necessarily difficult work, but the volume of stuff you have to do, like you can just spend your entire life, like you could go into a basement and reinvent calculus from scratch, but it doesn't necessarily like that might be satisfying to do, but whether it actually moves the needle is a different question. And then of course with AI, that's making things really interesting right now too. I mean, I could see a use case for getting like leveraging AI to basically just invent new languages and like automatically write a compiler for you. Also excited to see JAI, how it fares. William says, sup, how's it going? You can compile, it's 200K, line of code game in under 2 seconds. I doubt even C could do that. I mean, I guess it depends. I guess presumably you would have a make file. Well, I guess is he compiling it from scratch or like with a full make clean? That's the other thing, is like build systems and linking, and that's I think like an underappreciated aspect of compilers and languages. The ability to support things across linking boundaries. And I think that's one area where C could really have done a lot better, is if there's better. He recompiles it every time. Okay. I wish I did that for college. My first year studying CS was so bad in my country. Literally 1 year of Java. And the most advanced thing we learned was string builder and NetBeans. Forms for GUI. Well, at least you learned Java. Java's at least a real language you can get a job with and stuff. Okay, let's do let me think. So it's taken me a while, but I think I figured out like a reliable way to get this, to actually do development in this of this game in the right in the IntelliJ IDE. So once it loads on this slow computer, it says it's ready. There we go. I should really buy like a new old computer. I should, probably can only cost like a couple $100 or something. Is there a Vim mode for IntelliJ? Yes, there is. Although I actually turned it off because I found it. I don't know, with the IDE, I need to. I find myself like trying to use the visual elements a lot more, and it's really throws me off. I need to figure out a new development workflow, so I may end up just like coding on the command line, and then like I'll tabbing into IntelliJ to like test it. All right. Where is today's folder? $426. A 200K line of code recompile in under 2 seconds. Sounds insane. I think the last thing that insane I saw was Terry recompiling TempleOS. 100K lines in 1 second. Yeah, I guess I'm curious. I knew he was thinking about or working on a new language. I didn't know it was so far along. It's a very I guess I wonder what kind of existing stuff he hooked into, if he did. So if it's like all from scratch, that's quite impressive. What's your opinion on the OG cyberpunk scene? OG cyberpunk scene. I guess that would mean like the kind of original. What would it be, like 1980s style? I don't know. I never really into it. All I know of is the concept of cyberpunk from like Google Images and the kind of purplish kind of like my the theme I have set up. Once it turns dark and you can actually see my lights. It's insane. Mr. Below said he could do better. He would like to make it 1 million lines of code per second. Yeah, I mean that's I never the optimization part was where I stopped working on my compiler, because the issue was I wanted to make it self-compiling, I wanted to make it able to compile itself in the browser, and it was kind of able to, but it was so slow that it would just take forever. So I decided to make it a bit more efficient, and to make it more efficient, that required more code. And so then I started adding more code, and that caused other like scaling issues and stuff. And eventually I started questioning like, why am I working on this? Okay, so I actually added some instructions to the README. For how to actually set this up in the IDE. It's broke. Let's see. Oh. Why is that a problem? All the new languages use LLVM to produce optimized code. Why don't you do the same? I mean, in my compiler project, it's I mean, I could go back and think about doing something like that. I was kind of doing it. Well, my goal was actually I think I can't remember when LLVM started. I actually started working on it before WebAssembly was a thing, before anyone had even thought about that. It was like way back in, I don't know, 2012 or something. And my idea was to basically make like a bytecode that could run. I think I just finished my operating system scores, and was thinking about like, what if someone made like a really simple assembly language that ran in the browser, and then you could like cross compile things to run in the browser, and then WebAssembly came out after that. I can't even remember when LLVM started. I don't know even know if I heard about LLVM then. I mean, it was like a kind of grandiose project, but I mean, I could just focus on writing a compiler front end, but then the question is like, why am I, what am I trying to accomplish? It's not at the moment, it's not a priority. I have actually reused some of that code, the code I wrote in that, for other projects and stuff. So it's been a good reference for me to go back to, but hi, how are y'all today? I'm good. Just school. Excellent. Compilers and languages are an entire rabbit hole. The most idea is implementation, small Turing complete VMs, and compiler for brainfuck. Learned an insane amount, but computers doing this. Yeah, it's like writing your own compiler is it's a pure, it's like a satisfying pure programming task. But then again, the question is always, like, if you want to write your own language, write your own compiler, write your own OS, the question is what are you trying to accomplish? There's, like, if you want to write your own OS or something and compete with Linux, there's so much to Linux. There's no way that one person can even do all that. There's not enough hours in the day. Fix Linux in Windows, yeah. I think if you want to really move the needle, I think there actually is a pretty big. I've often thought even just like if you made like tooling and visualizations for stuff like there's some stuff like the system D and the UDEV rules, and understanding how like devices and modules and stuff are how those things connect to each other. Like even if there was like a built-in thing in Ubuntu where you could like click on it and open it up, and certain things like even stuff like custom icons for having like custom MIME icons for applications, and having custom associations. So if, like when I edit my video files with Kdenlive, I want to just double click on this thing and have it open with Kdenlive, and it was so much work for me to figure that out. And it was the whole process, like it's not user friendly, but you can do it. You have to go like edit some XML file and stuff, and you had to find out like exactly like one of 3 folders to check. If there was someone just made like better desktop apps to like reveal this stuff to the user in like a graphical interface, so you don't have to go like because the people who know how to do this are the people who like actually make the distributions, and then there's a few random people explain it on a forum somewhere, but then it only works from a version like from 10 years ago. And so this thing is complaining because it does not like That's interesting. Is it using those Unicode hyphens? Let me see what that does. can't edit that, so that must be the same. Interesting. You can try new Vim, you know. They have LSP support for Java. You can have autocomplete, error checking, etc. Yeah, eventually I'll maybe have to try it. So up until now, I've just done everything on the command line. But IntelliJ, I guess I don't know what the pros and cons of NeoVim versus IntelliJ would be. But IntelliJ seems to be the kind of ubiquitous one, so I'll try to figure out a workflow with this one, and then I don't know, maybe I'll try out NeoVim in the future. So this thing is complaining. Could this be the wrong version? .426. What was that called? Okay, I'm on the right version. So why doesn't it work? It's weird, I tested this just before the stream, and it worked. NeoVim works in the terminal. Okay. Yeah, I guess I thought NeoVim was like a graphical one. Hi gain, I just applied some block binding simulator. What are we doing? Improving the build process. Yeah, I thought I had just figured out like how to actually like streamline the setup for getting it to work in IntelliJ, and then I just tried it, and it's complaining about this use ASCII parameter, which it shouldn't be. I tested these exact steps just before the stream, and it worked then, but I don't know. It's not working. I think somebody anonymous. You're the one who I think you were on ARM before, and I think you were testing it on. You did. You had the issue with the JNI library. I think, so I pushed another change to change the variable that gets passed down when building the JNI library. I changed it from, I think it was from env.java_home to java.home, I think, or sys.java or something. And so I think that might like completely fix the build process for you. So I'm curious if you are testing it out, if it works seamlessly for you. I like using NeoVim since I can basically use tmx live inside terminal, compile, edit, and everything else undisrupted. Oh, okay, I didn't realize it was, I thought NeoVim was a graphical thing. Yeah, I think I pushed that change like yesterday or today or something. I wonder if it's maybe the Java version. NeoVim has a GUI version, but was designed for terminal use. Emacs, oddly enough, is a GUI editors, but also has the option to be used inside a terminal. Yeah, Emacs, I've stayed away from that. If you want, I can give you a small NeoVim config that has basic functionality. That's okay. I've still yet to even try it. Okay, that works. Oh yeah, I guess this is probably running locally. Huh, that's interesting. The emoji character looks different on this machine. Yeah, this here is a bug that only happens in IntelliJ. That is very strange. So it's able to process the that's so weird. I tested this just before. So it's getting the log file argument, but the use ASCII argument, it doesn't like that for some reason. It's annoying how difficult this is to figure out. Before I was even just putting this this flag up in here, and then I've apparently Spring Boot. I have to pass the arguments through Spring Boot, and there's like 3 different syntaxes for passing the arguments depending on what version of Spring Boot you're using, and none of them would work because the IntelliJ thing deletes your double quotes if you put them in here, and those are necessary. So then I thought I found a way to make it work down here. Building now works for me on ARM from CLI. Excellent. Without needing to specify Java home, yeah. Yeah, I think the issue was on my machine. I had Maven in my Maven RC file. I had the Java home specified, and then I think it was passing that down. But I guess whatever. Yeah, now it's passing down the the system or the Maven default or whatever. So that's good. Making the build process portable is important. Nothing worse than trying out a new project and then finding out that it doesn't build at all. I just joined, so I don't know what's going on, but it's possible that both of your arguments are interpreted as just one argument because it's all inside double quotes. That's a good question. The weird thing is, I tested this exact thing on my main machine just before doing this. And the thing that, what I would expect, like if it was being treated as all one argument, that's why I put it at the end. So when I do this, it still complains about the use ASCII argument. Let me go back to my README. Let's try out. And also, so I recently added that argument. So maybe it's like I have the wrong version. Maybe when I did my let's just do disable JNI. And we'll see what this does. You can use the IDE as just a text editor, and when you want to run the game, just run the terminal. Yeah, I think like one of the interesting so that works. I must be like, whoops, I must have the wrong version of the code loaded or something. Let's see, how do I search? So this is the right version of the code. Oh man, this is one of these errors that just like blows my mind. So it's the right version of the code. Oh man, seeing Java brings back so many memories. Reminds me of my time. My Java lecturer tried to teach the class how to compile Java and run it. Spent 3 hours and couldn't get it to work. Yeah, Java's like that. If you don't do exactly the right thing, then like trying to like if you forget to put like a package around something, or you don't forget a dot, or you don't qualify something correctly. Okay, let's try use emojis. So use emojis is supposed to be the opposite. Does this work? Because I added those two at the same time. Is it possible that I'm just misspelling it or something? Okay, that does not work. What does it say? Unrecognized argument. Do I have a bug in my code? That's a big oof. I go to Western in Ontario. Have you heard of it? Yes. I'm not too familiar with it, but I know I know it's around here somewhere. Okay, what am I doing? I'm trying to figure out why it's not finding this. Now let's see what that does. See if there's a sneaky space in there somewhere. We pranked Waterloo ages ago as part of our engineering tradition, and we just got pranked by U of T. Interesting. What was the prank? Okay, that is interesting. I changed the code to put quotes, and I don't see. Huh. I wonder if that's, maybe it's maybe I'm not building it right. Let me speculate that if I do a Maven clean, maybe, that it might. Okay, let's just Control S, so save. Let's run it again. I think it might be because for that build rule, it's not building, it's using like an older artifact version of the core part. So still no quotes. Maven. Now let's do that. That's interesting. Okay, the single quotes are there, so I'm operating on the same version of the file. Line number in stack trace. Manage this row. I think it's I think that's like the right place. I think my issue is I'm build so there's like the block mining simulator core, and then there's the single player client. But in the thing I copied in there, I'm not actually so in my script. Let me more completely explain myself. So in this is what I use to run it, and one of the reasons I was using the IDE is because it's so slow building out of the command line, and part of that's because I have this overzealous like this build everything, clean install, then build the core and clean install, and yeah, this whole like Spring Boot repackage and clean compile package, blah blah blah. I was hoping that the IDE would kind of be a bit more, let me be a bit more intelligent with that, so that I could it would like more intelligently figure out the lifecycle, because I don't always need to install the dependencies. It's only when they changed. But I think so what I have in there, what I have in the run section right now is just this part, and I think because there's probably a previous part of like from previous day I was building this. It's probably got an installed version of the old one of the core part. Yeah, so I'll have to try that. See, I missed some chats. They put a statue on top of our engineering building. No clue how they did that. Must be civil engineers who practice. Interesting. How big is the statue? Is it set to rebuild each time when you run? Yeah, I think it's it might be just a I'll test some stuff in a second here. Can't use the debugger. It's not running the application yet, so there's no debugging to do, or no live debugging of the application. Maybe have a throw with the same message somewhere. Yep. Debugger would definitely be helpful. This is just a build issue at the moment. Let's see. So let's make a couple run configurations here. So I'll have to update my, if this works, I'll have to update my instructions. Oh, that's not what I want. All right, that's, I think, the Maven's kind of weird because you have to like build everything and install it before you even it's almost like circular dependencies in it. I've never, yeah, if you like build all the modules, install them, and then you can use them. Google AI account 1 says, Mr. Elder, good afternoon. How's it going? Are you familiar with Dwarf Fortress? Yes, I've heard about it. I've watched some videos and stuff on it. A few people have made the comparison between my game and that as well. Okay, now let's see what that does. Does it run now? Okay, that must have been the issue. It was something to do with the like package lifecycle. I did one of the dependencies was not like actually built. I think it's probably because it's in core, so I have to do this. So I have to build and install core before I can, which I guess that makes sense because, yeah, the, yeah, I'll have to think about this because one of the main things I was hoping the IDE would just like figure out all this package lifecycle stuff for me, and I wouldn't have to think about it. But because if I keep doing it the old way, I'm just like wasting a bunch of time recompiling stuff that doesn't need to be compiled. Okay, now the next thing was, so this back to the thing we wanted to do in the first place. Build tools can be a nightmare at times, honestly, from your experience. What's the worst build tool you've dealt with? For me, dealing with CMake is always a nightmare. Honestly, IDEs are, in my opinion, kind of worse. Like at least with like make files and stuff. I'm not familiar with CMake, but anything where you just like, my preference is usually for anything where you just write you write like a config file, like a make file or something, and describe what you want to have happen. That's always preferable for me, because then you could just learn the syntax of that file. Whereas like in an IDE like this, like I wasted so much time trying to figure out, all I wanted to do is just specify arguments in here. Like it's not possible to do it. So what I had to do is add a VM option down here, which did the same thing basically. And these things are worse too, because I mean, one of the things I want is I would kind of like it to do at least some caching, so the compile and iteration time is faster, so I'm not recompiling the whole project every single time. But the disadvantage of that is now it's going to cache stuff. So there's going to be like, weird bugs like what I just had, where it says the use ASCII method, the use ASCII parameter is not found, and that's because I think it probably had the build artifact from the core was like sitting in it was probably actually sitting in the Maven repo for IntelliJ, and it was not getting updated even though the code was updated. It's because the cats were looking there for had absorbed alcohol. Oh yeah. I've read of that legend in Dwarf Fortress. I couldn't figure out CMake, so I went back to make. Yeah, honestly, there's I honestly think build systems and dependency management is a very under appreciated thing in software development. I almost think it should almost be an entire branch of software development. Like some people do, Python or whatever, but like it should even be maybe even more than that. I think if we could reinvent the world correctly, ultimately, like when you look at like requirements.txt files in like Node projects and stuff, or Python projects, all that stuff is just a total mess. What we need is like a much better way to like specify constraints, interfaces, and then ultimately like a build system should really be like some kind of constraint solver that just where like pieces of software can say what they need, what they can accept, and how they can fit together, and then this amazing constraint solving algorithm can just like crunch together everything and figure out how it all comes together. Make is weird, but still sensible. Some build tools just exist to abstract away one part of the build step. Then someone extracts that. Before you know it, we have files building CMake to make. Yeah, it's a disaster. I mean, even make files work pretty good. I learned how to make some pretty complicated make files and like recursive make stuff. But there's even like kind of basic stuff that I think is basically impossible in make files. Like if you want to do files that have spaces in it, which is kind of incredible, because on Windows having a space and a file name is, it's a very normal, ubiquitous thing. But I think the actual like accepted answer is for make files, don't use file names that have spaces in them. Is it Ninja just a command executor? Is Ninja the name of some kind of a software thing? I've never even heard of it. So you can finally play the game directly in IntelliJ. And it's kind of slow, but it works. It's a build system. I just Googled it. Interesting. From what I've seen, building stuff that use Ninja, they seem to have a script that generates the files, commands, and Ninja runs that file. So it looks like I'm gonna have to think something better after all. I wonder if I could get away without these cleans. Maybe that's a big part of my issue. Basically, I want this all to be one. I want to tell it to do all this, but just like do it as fast as, like, do the least amount of work possible. I've been reading lots on Qt, like what VLC is made with. Do you have a GUI version of the game? No, not at this time. It's all just terminal based. Rust and kernel. Be careful, you might need to get a shot of tetanus. From quick search, Ninja is a build executor. So unlike Make, which can understand your structure and stuff, generate files, Ninja just runs a file that contains the commands to build a link. Can you show me how to make CPU RQ again? RQ. I'm not sure what RQ means, but I do have a video on how to make a CPU. So you can check that one out. I took lots of time to make it short and sweet, to cut out all the fluff and bloat and nonsense. Let's see. So dilemmas like this is why I don't use IDEs. This probably won't do what I want, but let's try it anyway. RQ, real quick. Okay. People invent all these abbreviations that I've never heard of. I'll see them once and be like, okay, I'm gonna look out for that, and then I never see it again. The S in IDE stands for speed. They are faster for certain tasks. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to actually learn one IDE after having not used them for like 10 years. Just finished watching it, then joined the stream. Trying to make a joke, but I guess it didn't work. Yeah, I assumed that's probably where you came from. I think IntelliJ is trying to convince you to use NeoVim. The thing is, if I use NeoVim, though, I'm not using an IDE, and the point of this exercise is just to use it, to learn. Like, in theory, this should be able to build and work with one of the IDEs. So, I mean, there's a couple bugs that I noticed, or things that I realized that I should fix with this. What's going on though? Currently trying to so my block mining simulation game, which I have a video explaining. I'm trying to get that building in IntelliJ, and so I'm just working through setting up the Maven build process for that, and trying to debug why it doesn't work sometimes. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, with NeoVim. With NeoVim, does it have any kind of like Maven integrations and stuff? I'll still have to figure out all that kind of like life cycle stuff. I mean, there's even some interesting. I had to learn a bit more, expand my knowledge on Maven life cycles to figure out why the JNI library was not building it before. What about Visual Studio Code? I think it is JavaScript. Maybe, but I have to pick one thing. I just picked IntelliJ because it seems to be it's a popular thing. there's no good reason why it shouldn't be able to just work in this. Remembering a time, a classmate in uni couldn't get NetBeans to work on his laptop and had to use VS Code for all his Java problems. His whole laptop would need like 10 minutes to open up a project. Opinions on the bald Linux YouTuber to shill pipeline. Hopefully it doesn't happen to you. Opinions on the bald Linux YouTuber to shill pipeline. I'm not familiar with that pipeline. Good luck with that. Wish you the best. Thank you for the kind words. There's a Maven config for NeoVim, but I don't know if that's what you're looking for. One of the main things I'm looking for is just to improve build times, because right now I'm just running, I'm running this script, and so it does like a clean install of all the packages. So basically, like, it doesn't install and build 3 times of like all the packages every time I have to make a tiny change. And I mean, that's so inefficient. What I want is maybe just something where I can come into the IDE and I can quickly look for errors and then just like fix those errors here. I think the maximum efficiency workflow would maybe be switched between both. Or maybe I'll use NeoVim. We'll see. What are you working on today? Today I'm working on the block mining simulation game. And working on getting it running in the IDE. And currently just looking at digging into some Maven lifecycle stuff to figure out how I should be building this this multi-modules project, so I'm not spending all my time compiling. I guess maybe what I can do is have you tried daily driving Nix OS? I have not. I probably missed it, but VS Code ruled out as an option. I have never tried VS Code, and I have no opinions of it or knowledge of it. I just know that it's like popular. It's like probably one of the most, as I understand, it's one of the most popular IDEs for noobs. But IntelliJ, like I googled a bunch, and some people recommended IntelliJ for Java development. So if I don't see any reason to not use it. Have you tried those AI code editors? That's one of the reasons I wanted to get a little bit back into IDE stuff, because I think VS Code has like a bunch of these IDEs are all getting like AI code integrators and intelligence things. So I've not tried any of the AI stuff yet. That's why I'm kind of playing around with this stuff again. Those are cursed. A lot of them are VS Code with some plugins. It's relatively plain on initial download, and then extensions can help. Never used VS Code for a Java project though. Yeah, I think I googled a bit, for like what IDE do people use. It used to be Eclipse was the one that people used for Java development, but I don't know if does anyone even use Eclipse anymore, or is Eclipse and IntelliJ, have they merged or something? NetBeans is the best Java IDE, period. Never tried it. Eclipse, that's what I was using when last did Java. No idea if it's still supported. Eclipse is not popular anymore. I do see it time to time in unusual places. Like QNX. Momentrix IDE is based on Eclipse. VS Code sucks for Java. Okay, I guess someone else ruled out VS Code for Java already. So I don't even need to research it. Theoretically, I guess this can work the way I have it now. Let's see what happens if I just put the Maven command in here. Nope, that doesn't work. IntelliJ is kind of industry standard almost. Yeah, that was the impression I got when I did my cursory research. I spent almost a year on VS Code, and yikes, it's the worst IDE for Java. All right, sounds like I made a decent choice. IntelliJ is the best at Kotlin since JetBrains made Kotlin. I'd rather raw dog vanilla Vim for Java instead. Yeah, that's what I've been doing for years, and I've decided I gotta improve my setup. I guess maybe I'll just work with this, like this works technically. Just the plugins. They're all third party and often refuse to work together, especially on Linux. VS Code lately has become better than PyCharm. That's another thing I haven't used, PyCharm. Honorable Bunny says, "Hey Rob, how's it going?" Almost nobody needs an IDE for Python. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used an IDE for Python. I don't have anything to contribute about PyCharm. So let's test this actually all works again. Oh, nice. We got another super chat here. Robert, how can third world people become good programmers in the West if they don't master the English language? I mean, you just need to be given time. There are good people everywhere. I think if we had a better on-ramp system to find and select good people. I mean, there's people that I met who like they put in effort. They tried really hard, and then there's other students that like we tried to help them out and stayed late, and they just even if we gave them opportunities, they didn't really seem to be motivated to take advantage of them. But thank you for the $5. Either way, having editors really nice. Don't really agree with no one needs IDE for Python. I've never used an IDE for Python personally, but most of the Python I write is relatively short. Why can't they stay in their home countries and be good programmers there? I mean, I'm not opposed. Like there's tons of like geniuses around the world. Like if Albert Einstein, the next Albert Einstein is like there's that very good mathematician Ramanuja, or I forget how to pronounce his name exactly. I think Ramanuja was his name. I mean, I have no issues with finding all those people and bringing them here who are super interested in, contributing to academia and such. But the issue is the finding and the filtering and the education. I mean, the immigration we have is way too high. But then the worst part is, like, even if we wanted to bring so many people here, we need to, if we're going to bring them here, we have to support them. And we don't do that. Look at North Korean hackers. They're basically isolated. And look at what damage they managed to do. Yeah, I think probably a lot of people hate on North Korean hackers, but honestly, like if you took I think people underestimate, like if you take someone of average intelligence and you just put them in a room and like they don't have TikTok or they don't have any distractions, and you just say like get up every day and work for this cause, they can do quite a bit of stuff. They can really surprise you. And especially if they're super patriotically pursuing the cause. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if like some of the North Korean hackers are more advanced than like they're probably on par with some of the most advanced people in our universities, because when you're forced to work on stuff all the time, then like if that's the only thing you think about, you're going to become good at it. Potato PC. I'm not sure this one or the North Korean hackers, because the pay is not good. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like it is to our advantage to like select the top 1% genius programmers and talent from around the world. But like, here in Canada, our immigration program was world renowned, but then we've kind of been trading that reputation for money in the last few years. In the end, effort is what matters, at least in my opinions. Programming is all in English, and the knowledge is in English too. Yeah, I mean, we need for immigration to be effective. We need integration that is kind of lost on some people. Programming is all. Oh, I read that one from Indonesia. Also, Bose was Indian, I think. I'm not familiar with Indian scientists, but from what I know, they contributed a lot in the math sector. Yeah, I mean, India has a what do you call it? Burgeoning space program. Like they've had some of their recent like they sent some probes to the moon and stuff like that. That they had some failures and they had some last minute failures and stuff, but. Honestly, I'm kind of. I think the future is bright for India's tech sector. There's a lot. There are a lot of impressive people there, and given the resources they started with, I think what they're accomplishing is pretty good. And they'll, I mean, given the population and the motivation, like give it like 30 years, I think they'll be pretty impressive. But they're not quite there yet. They need to. They need some better luck on their. They need to improve their outcomes for their existing missions. I don't know if I want to stay in Canada. People are committing crimes and being let go. Imagine you get attacked and see on the news they released your attacker, so traumatized and paranoid. Yeah, that is concerning. I hope that improves. Yeah, even just in my personal experience, like walking around there's way more like completely unhinged people, but then I also see a lot of like people who are like super willing to like excuse this behavior. And like, oh, these people don't bother me and stuff, but let's see, missed that one. What are you making? I'm working on a block mining simulation game, and I was working on the improving the build process, or fixing it and getting it to work with Maven and so forth. Nuance seems to be rare on YouTube, the internet as a whole, sadly nowadays. Yeah, I think it's also there's a lot of like a lot of the people who are on YouTube all the time are like crazy people. And so the result is like the online discourse is kind of monopolized by crazy people. And that's especially true on like Twitter. Twitter's even worse. I've never really gotten into Twitter. And I think your average person just doesn't talk about controversial topics. So they kind of, most of the opinions you see are like extreme either way. I've read many books on domain-driven design. This one is by far second only to the original by Eric Evans, back in 2019. The goal of learning about writing secure code, never once thinking it had anything to do with DD, that it would change the way I code forever. Interesting. Never domain-driven design. I'm not even familiar with that topic. People hate on India, but they have the best YouTube tutorial videos. Yeah, I mean, for certain niche topics, like there's a lot of the low-level embedded stuff. Like if you want to figure out how to do like cellular communication stuff. Like I remember researching some stuff about how like cellular networks work, and like the signal processing, orthogonal frequency division, multiplexing, and stuff like that. And there's like very few like Western style videos. A lot of that expertise seems to be concentrated in India. What's going on? I am trying to catch up with chat. I was doing I'm very slowly doing some. I'm very much my mind can only focus on one task at once, so I'm very slowly making progress at figuring out my build process, and then also trying to go back and forth between chat. But there's a reasonably high number of chats today. Indian tutorials saved my grades on physics. Bored AF. Watching bored by the stream, or like I said, it probably is kind of boring. Not super exciting. My point is that if you don't understand the English language, you cannot perform domain-driven design. I guess I don't know what the definition of domain-driven design is. Have you tried Rust? I've not. Everything that I learned about Rust and the Rust community has made me think it's probably not something I'll plan on learning. I cannot talk about Up Korea without getting censored. I was trying to say, oh, interesting. Does it censor you saying North Korea? I was trying to say what goes on there. It's disturbing when you look into it. Yeah, I mean, it's lots of people are fascinated with what goes on in North Korea. There's all kinds of documentaries on it. I mean, it's one of the most bizarre countries in the world. English has become de facto standard for global language. Pretty much, although technically it's not. What is it? Is maybe like the third most common language in the world? Have you considered going down the custom keyboard rabbit hole? When I was in university, I thought more about that, but that's not at all a priority for me right now. I'm curious, how would you go about making a GUI system for an OS? And what would be the requirement for the OS? I would probably start the other way. I would ask, like, what are the requirements, and then think about the GUI system. Yeah, I mean, like, you can just look back at, if you want to copy something that already exists, you can look back at like the X windowing system. Up Korea. I got an OS somewhat done. Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of had my fill on like hobby OS and compiler development projects, and now I'm kind of focused more on something I can market and make money off of. I keep installing Ubuntu 20 on my system, and it keeps getting erased after a few days. Do you know what could be causing this? What do you mean by erased? Maybe the hard drive is failing or something? Like, does it just not boot or something? Rust is the most comfy language from my experience, other than Golang. Just sensible and defaults are sane enough. Yeah, it's I have too many other priorities than learning Rust at the moment. Partition seems to go missing. Yeah, are you dual booting? That's a good question. Windows updates tend to erase other boot partition. Yeah, that's why I always recommend people don't dual boot. From what I remember, 2004 had a bug on some BIOS systems that made the boot partition get corrupted or grub. Oh, okay. Especially ACES. Oh, that's convenient. You are here to debug that potential issue. Yeah, I'm totally would not have thought of that. I think Rust is nice if you're interested in type safety, even if you don't plan on coding in Rust. I mean, Java does basically all the. In my opinion, I think Java seems to be a competitor to Rust. I can't think of a lot of cases where Rust or Java would be the correct language over the other. Although Java is probably even supported in more cases than Rust. But yeah, I mean, at this point, it's not. Rust as a language doesn't interest me. I dual boot Ubuntu 25 for testing stuff. NixOS for daily driving. Yeah, I don't know if you dual boot stuff. Maybe then maybe that's. I guess that was someone else talking about the missing partition. Java and Rust are miles apart. The language is different, but in my opinion, the use cases, like the cases where you would use Java to as a language, like there are a lot of cases for like Arduino programming. I think I don't even know if you really can write. I don't know if there's any kind of tooling support for like Java for like Arduino development. And like. I mean, Java does have even more use cases than Rust, because Java used to be, you could write, Java was an alternative to like JavaScript. You could make Java applications that run in the browser. But that's pretty much gone now. Rust has been kind of billed as like an replacement for embedded stuff. But a lot of the in my opinion, that's kind of a bit of a contradiction, because for like the constrained embedded system, you want to manage memory directly. So the entire advantage of Rust programming of the borrow checker and stuff like that, saved wrapper for a hardcore embedded system project, most of the code is going to be in an unsafe block. So you're not even getting the advantages of the language. Gigabyte motherboard, no dual boot recently. Had 4 TB M.2 drive within a few weeks of use, then reinstalled. And my 1 TB M.2. Now when I dual boot, system goes straight to BIOS. Goes straight to BIOS. Is it possible that like the OS is still there? Does it say there's no bootable media? Because I think if there's a problem with the memory, or like something is loose or bad, then I think it can. It could be that the hard drive is still fine, and it could boot, but there's something else preventing it. Very different paradigms. OOP versus functional. I guess Java versus Rust. Rust and CPP are in the same ballpark. Definitely not Java and Rust. But the use cases though for like the set of applications where like if you have to write an application, like if I was writing a desktop application, I would think Java or maybe Rust could potentially do it. But if I'm doing like a constrained embedded system or something, it's going to be C. I'm not going to use Rust for that, and I'm definitely not going to use Java. Java doesn't offer zero-cost abstractions. Yeah, but that's an aspect of the language, not necessarily the applications themselves. Have you guys heard of XPR Proton blockchain? Nope. Rust deserves to be put back on the shelf. Boot from USB and check. How are you planning to dominate the world? That's a good question. I would say the first step is to get a lot of money. Get some better equipment, produce more content, get more views, gain more influence, get my block mining simulation game going better. Rust is in an odd middle ground between C and more simple desktop-oriented languages like Java. Leaning towards Java more, though. Yeah, I would agree. Like Rust is kind of. I mean, they at least they market it as being more embedded friendly. I guess it could be. If you're okay with like most of your program being in an unsafe block, then it can make sense for embedded. But very nice. I think it's time to get some food. I'm gonna go warm up some food, and I'll be I'll just keep the stream on, so I'll be back and back sporadically to cook my food. In theory, you can write GTK app in assembly. We could resolve all these language debates just by writing everything in assembly all the time. It's very unlikely you will write embedded code or an OS in Java. Going to have to try that. I think there actually is some, I think like SIM cards. I think that there is some kind of, there is some kind of like industrial use case for Java and embedded systems, but it's like a very stripped down version of Java, if I remember correctly. I'm going to have to try that. I was trying to get the game working on my outdated Mac, but I had some issues. I'll try it with IntelliJ. Honestly, it's I'm actually just messing with it now to get. I actually added some instructions, but then in trying to use them, I realized they're kind of incomplete. But if you do run it, just run the build script that's mentioned in the README. What is something I would know that would use GTK? There's quite a few things use GTK. True Chads only build in TempleOS. Praise be to Terry. All GNOME's apps use GTK. Yeah, GTK is a lot of stuff uses GTK. I did some GTK programming in undergrad. Some lackey from local politician knocked on my front door today. I gave him the link to your immigration video. Yeah, hopefully some people in the government watch that and improve the situation. Have you ever done any sort of machine learning projects? A very, very long time ago, before I came to university. GIMP toolkit is GTK. right back. Is the Mongolian Grill still a restaurant at the local plaza? That was my favorite pretty much my whole time at Waterloo. I forget, actually. I want to say that it might have closed, but I'm not. I forget, actually. Oh, we gained a new member. Andre Sincrayan. Not sure if I pronounced that well, but welcome to the student tier. My tea is almost ready. What's the plan for world domination? First, get lots of money, and then make lots more content, get lots more views, finish the block mining simulation game, start generating some revenue from that, and yeah, I got win some hearts and minds, and then I can run for political office. Money snowball. All right, let's get back into it. Shaking babies and kissing hands. It's a good way to get sick. So we're seeking power and money. Yep, that's the only way to get ahead these days. I'm voting on Monday at 7:45 p.m. Last possible minute. Yeah, I'll vote on the last day as well. Now let's try to do something useful. Yeah, all of our candidates are not particularly. We don't have a lot of great options to choose from. let's see. So the next thing I was going to do today maybe was just add some better error checking. Bro is vibing. Indeed, I am. None have what I align with in terms of deal breakers. It's like I'll have to go Green Party almost. The Green Party seems to have really fallen off. Vote for Rick Ashley for PM. He will never, never give you up or let you down. Robert will be a good PM once I have enough money. Hello from the East Coast, United States. Canadian politics are out of my depth here. I guess they've been making a bit more news in the US lately with the impending takeover. I'm Canadian, but I want to move. Yeah, there's people have recently developed a lot of strong opinions on whether it's better to be in Canada or US. I mean, with the benefit of hindsight over the last 10 years, it certainly would have been better to be in the US. The only thing I know about Canadian politics is Jordan Peterson. Yeah, he's an interesting character. Now instead of compiling, I can look if there's errors in here. Maybe. What are you working on? Looks wild. I'm working on a terminal-based block mining simulation game. So right now I'm just testing it with raw docking with Vim on Java codebase. Yeah, that's how I'm used to developing, but right now I'm just I'm in the process of trying to learn at least one IDE, because I believe in the near future when there's going to be all these like AI assisted tools and stuff, I don't want to get left behind. So IntelliJ is just today I'm just experimenting with. Theoretically, it should be possible to run the game in this, within IntelliJ. So I'm just testing that today. Block binding, more like Minecraft, but in a terminal. Okay, let's see. So that is running. So it did not arrow at that time. Now what I'm going to test now, what it should do, instead of hanging, okay, remove that. So apply, okay. And now when I run this, it should give an exception because it's not a TTY. That's not what it's supposed to do. Is it even running? Oh, you know what? It probably isn't, because I guess there's multiple things to build. Incompatible types. Okay. Don't you miss LSP? Have you tried NeoVim? Yeah, people have recommended that. NeoVim was came out after I already had used Vim for a long time, so I've just never gotten. People have recommended it. I always thought it was like a graphical version of Vim, but I guess I'll have to add it to my to-do list to actually try it. I've never used NeoVim once. Jonathan Blow himself wouldn't even be able to make this type of game. He made his own language, though. That's even more impressive than a terminal-based block binding game. Make so many CLI thingies. There's a train out there honking at somebody. First three words. Oh, okay. It's Vim with many modern IDE features. Yeah, people have said it runs purely in the terminal. I've yet to use it even one time, so I'll have to. Lots of people have been recommending that. Okay, got an error. So this is why I wanted this thing. I'm kind of disappointed that it didn't arrow before, but I guess probably what I built before didn't depend on this. When did we get the kubectl command? It's my favorite Linux command. It'd probably be quite a while. I have used that command on a couple occasions, but there's quite a few other important ones I have to get through first. If I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if I'll, like, there's so many important commands. It would take me like years to get through all of them. Okay, now let's run it. Opinions on Terrence Howard. Not sure if you've heard of him. I have not heard of that person. Memory leak is happen when more data are stored, and at that time application get crashed. We can make it accurate correct, while make some small changes in our application. An actor who claims to be a genius. Claims that all of math is wrong. Oh, is he that guy who was on Joe Rogan and was like, had all these crazy theories? I didn't really watch any of his stuff. I think I saw a couple clips. Yeah, he had this like weird idea for like something to do with wavelengths and how like the elements and stuff. And there's just like within the first 30 seconds of stuff, you can like disprove some things he says is like factually totally wrong. All right, so far I have not gotten the result that I was expecting. Oh wait, maybe did I write the code wrong? Oh yeah, I did. give us some Flash advice. What you could have told students you never got the chance to. You mean at the college? I don't know. It's difficult. That's a very broad question, and I think advice is only really useful if it's specific. Also claims to have solved the biggest scientific and mathematical problems in existence. Nice. About myself, yeah. Ultra wide curved about 6 months back for getting better. It really is a game changer. An ultra wide curved monitor. I rarely get to scroll horizontal. Yeah, I have a list of stuff that if I had tons and tons of money for world domination, lots of extra. I'd like to get an extra monitor just for the chat. This looks like Scratch almost, but no blocks. Just blocks of code in 3D space. Have you considered fully decking out your Vim, NeoVim config? Me, I've never used NeoVim. In Vim, I try to never ever use any plugins at all. Mainly because I'm always like programming remotely on stuff. I use my laptop as secondary monitor when I stream. Yeah, I have a bunch of old computers, and even that's not enough. I'm kind of thinking about like maybe we should even just spend like a couple $100 to replace this one here because it's quite slow. What would be our first degree after taking over world? I think it depends how much buy-in I have. I think if you want to issue commandments, ultimately it's you gotta convince other people to do stuff. Wow, Dominic, I guess it's Dominic Bernard, $50. Thank you very much. Put this towards a monitor. I'm not sure if I can commit to that right now because there's some other priorities. I just had to renew for my apartment. I had just renewed the apartment insurance. A condition of living here is it's in the lease that it says I have to pay for insurance. So I just renewed that today. So thank you very much. That'll make a pretty sizable chunk into paying that off. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a trope to complain about inflation and stuff, but like during COVID, vegetables and stuff went up in price, and then everything in the grocery store went up, and then it seemed like it was kind of coming down again. And then I was at the grocery store again the other day, and I always used to buy raspberries. Used to be able to buy raspberries. Some $2 was a good price. Every once in a while you'd see them for like 99 cents per pint or whatever, and now they're like 6, 7, and then the last time I was there, they're like $9 for raspberries, and it's just like and some of the last few times, and all of the quality is getting worse. I find every time I buy raspberries now, they're like completely rotten. Like they're just on the top they look okay, but on the bottom they're all like this white fuzz and stuff, and it's just horrible. The cost of everything is going crazy, and we're about to go through another inflationary shock, I think. I love doing analysis over PC building and cost management. I've repaired some systems for much longer than I should. Analysis of our PC building. You should look into Helix, PC Vim-like terminal editor, a lot more default functionality like file browser, code completion. I've too many technologies to check out. NeoVim seems to be a pretty consistent one. People keep recommending that, so I'll promise to at least check out NeoVim. What's number one on your list right now? I guess if I forget what I was talking about when you asked that. If you mean like the to-do list of items, one of the immediate things is, well, I want to build up a little bit more savings. So when back around December, that was a very good month. So that there was 7,000 one month, and the next month was about like 6,000. So that paid off all of my credit card debt. I was able to buy a second camera, so now I have a camera I can stream with, and I also got a backup sound equipment. So right now, I don't have a ton of savings. So I'm going to try to get at least a few $1,000s in savings, and then hopefully we'll see whether things are going to be cash flow positive for the next few months. I think this month I'm going to be like, just about break even or so. Or I guess with donations like that, I'll probably be like about, may come out just like about $100 a head or something. So we'll see how much I can, see how much revenue I can bring in from videos and stuff this month. So the insurance, today actually, I just logged in, the apartment insurance was, for a year, was $300. So I, as a condition of living here, in the lease, it says I have to get apartment insurance, which I guess is for like a liability if there's a flood or something like that, which is crazy. Like I'm already paying rent, and I'm fighting just to get the rent controlled rate, and then on top of that, I gotta pay insurance for the place that I like don't own and am being evicted from. But it's one of those things, especially because they're trying to evict people now. I don't really want to let it lapse, because if I don't have the insurance, then they can use that as a condition to push for the eviction order. So I just paid for that. And then what else was there? There was some other thing. Oh yeah, I have a U.S. bank account, and to pay for the root canal, I withdrew a bunch of money from that. So there's only like $50 left in that account, and I'd kind of like to keep that account. So once I get another bit of spare a couple $100, I'm going to put some money into that account just to keep it going, because I think to maintain a bank account now, it costs like like $15 a month, unless you have the minimum. But I'll just put like the bare minimum in it for now, and then maybe in a year or something I'll have enough to I'll have like an extra $1,000 I can put in it to and then once I'm above the basic amount, then I won't have to put anything else into it. Groceries are more expensive than restaurants. Yeah, stuff is going crazy now, and it's going to get worse with all the supply chain stuff. Great Value Cola went from 136 from $1 in 2020. Cola's a good index. Like in terms of allocating cash towards stuff. Oh yeah, I for emotional support only. That's good enough. Buy land. Yep, that's one of the, once I'm super rich, that's one of the first things I'm going to going to buy a whole bunch of land and I can live on it. Is it common to have to pay for insurance for rentals, or is it just rent-controlled units? No, I think it's it was in the lease for this place. Like if you live somewhere, if you're renting, and then like there's a flood that destroys all your stuff, someone has to pay for that. And I think a lot of rental contracts will say in them that you're supposed to get your own insurance for your stuff, because if you don't have insurance, then the people who own the building you can potentially sue them to say like it's due to your negligence that this pipe burst and destroyed everything in my apartment. So if they're forced you to get insurance, then they can say it's not our problem. Go talk to your insurance, and then the insurance company will fight them, and then they don't have to worry about the liability. I think that's the main thing behind it. The modern cost of doing business. But if any human is situated to pivot, it would be a guy like you. I gotta tap out. Yeah, the rent, the insurance is the cost of doing business, of living in a place, basically. Forced renters insurance is wild, especially at $300. Yeah, last year it was like 200 and something. When I built my Airbnb Dome Spa, I'll send you some tickets. Airbnb Dome Spa. A spa. That's not really been on my short list of things to do. Should be included in the rent price. It's not though. My rent is actually it just went up last month to I think it's $1,125, and the market rate to move in here is $2,000 a month at the moment. So that's where they're trying to evict everybody. Wife wants to do that. Yeah, spa's not really. I never even consider. Honestly, I don't even really know what a spa is. And I just think about people put on like those face masks and stuff. Okay. So the thing I was doing was that maybe it was I forget what I had built and not built. So let's build the core. Again, if I forgot to build that. Oh, look at that. I got an error. I guess with all this this is still not that much faster. I need to dramatically improve my efficiency. Okay, I just saved. Is it gonna rebuild and get rid of this? right, that's built. Whoops. Okay, let me just build that. Yeah, this is, I was thinking this would be much faster, but I guess I didn't check the compiler to see if it automatically detected that for me. We're thinking Nordic spa style in the middle of the woods. I think you would love it. Do you think coders would like to stay there? Possibly. Yeah, you know, I was thinking like back when the COVID craze was high and everyone was when there was so much demand for coders. The thing is now though, I don't know, I think luxury retreats is probably maybe trending down. That stuff probably would have been, that you would have made a killing on that when everyone was quarantining and stuff like that. I'm sure a lot of coders would love to just come to the middle of nowhere. I mean, they were doing a ton of that, going to buying houses in small towns and stuff like that. Yeah, Nordic Spa. I actually don't know much about what specifically that entails. It would probably be more popular among coders' wives than most coders. But making a good business idea out of that would be all about the marketing. You got to figure out exactly what specific demographic you're targeting. But yeah, maybe you could have the spa with, like, you know, fast Wi-Fi and all the amenities that coders would like to have on if they're working on vacation. Secluded domes in the woods after. They're always rich people. Also airports nearby. Coachella. I guess it's in California then. I think that's where Coachella usually is. Yeah, it sounds like if you're near an airport in Coachella, then that sounds like the ideal place to be. Government city. So lots of old people with pension money. Yeah, I think probably like the 60-year-old age range is probably ideal for that. You don't want the people to be too old. If they're too old, then I'm sure they're not going to be visiting spas too much. Coachella is a good example of how people have no money but go anyway with buy now, pay later plans. I think the dynamic for Coachella is probably a bit different because it's like a social event and there's like a peer pressure aspect. But with the spa though, you've got to figure out your marketing angle. I hope I never go to Coachella unless I'm performing for a lot of money. Yeah, I've heard that Coachella is like it's very like commercialized and they push like ads on you and stuff. It almost seems like an event designed to like extract money from people. All right, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted to do. But I've got to get my build process working a bit better. Event designed to extract money from rich and than poor people. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't poor people though? I think it's a lot of like my understanding is it's a lot of like kind of spoiled rich kids, trust fund kids and stuff. I guess there probably are some poor people that go, people that want to pretend to be rich. DTJ Real MC says, "What's up, brother? How's it going?" Oh, I guess that's an older chat I missed. Could you create a program that creates infinity pizza based on antimatter? I'm not sure. That's a good question. Going into debt just to go to Coachella is crazy. Yeah, I'm sure there are people that do that. I guess people that do that probably do it as like a status symbol thing. I would go into debt for a schizo Domi. Said my name, I guess it's Destiny. Not sure I understand that exchange, but I might go get McDonald's 5 McValue Veal. Dominic. I guess I don't see the relation between Dominic and what DTJ Real MC was saying, but never got to FetLife unless you want to be ruined by FetLife. That's some like dating platform or something. Oh, like a okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's not a programming conversation you're having there. So I'll just nod and agree with whatever you say. Okay, so that was we fixed the automatic detection of the goal there was to get it to error out if it's not a TTY. Let's see. So one of the next things I was going to work on was I guess for the next thing I can't really do it in the IDE. Let's see. Actually, I should do this on Can you make an infinite comment spammer program? It's possible to do that, but I don't think I will. My link was terrible, so was my lonely life. That is unfortunate. Internet rules. Yeah, the internet is a pretty amazing source of stuff. Oh, did my program crash? I think it would be a great program. Yahoo Messenger, AOL Messenger had one back in the day. Do could crash people's PC. That's not very nice. That's not very pro-social behavior. I don't think that kind of spamming would get you very far these days. You probably just get like flagged or shadow banned, or you'll end up in some block list pretty quickly. You've been booted off Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, I don't. I haven't used Facebook in years. Okay, when I run GDY here, I get 0, but getting censored. Well, at least you know you're silenced, because you can compare what's going out in the chat to what you see on the screen. I'll probably just keep the I can change it from top chat to like live chat, but I'll probably just keep it on top chat. But at least you're not. I can still see when you say you're being censored. In a way, it's kind of I'll probably keep it on. It's kind of amusing to even know what YouTube is censoring. Yeah, YouTube AI is it's you have to wonder what it's doing. You must have like a number of different signals it looks at to figure out if it should censor people. I think one of them might even be like how frequent people chat. And I think I've noticed people who edit comments a lot seem to get censored. Let me think. I gotta figure out why. So when I run the tty command, it's giving me 0, which is what I expect. But in the code, I guess when I run the application, it's returning 1, which is supposed to be if standard input is a non-terminal file. What is happening here? Right now I'm trying to debug why, when I run my code, it is in this piece of code down here. Instead of finding 0, it finds the value 1. Because it's assuming that the tty is not a terminal, and it's saying it's a non-terminal file, which just doesn't make sense. Gonna head out. See you for now. See you later. Yeah, I didn't completely follow the rant, but it's hard to multitask between coding and chatting. But as long as you guys are having fun. I'm context switching, but I have a extremely high overhead. I need to figure out. I do know there's sometimes when I run stuff with Java, it almost seems like it is something within the VM is like there's some kind of like I/O multiplexing or something going on, so it's not able to correctly detect the terminal. Can you use is a TTY? Man3 is a TTY. Oh, okay. That's like kernel interface, I guess. We are experiencing thread starvation here. Do I smoke? I do not smoke. Do you think XPR would be a good blockchain to build a game on? I do not think about blockchain at all. I just moved my whole lawn. Mowed my whole lawn and came back, and you are still going. Yep. That's the life of professional streamers. You're gonna just stream all the time. Makes ecosystem easy and liquid though. Personally, I have no interest in cryptocurrency. I'm pretty soured on it from my experiences in the past. ABS, always be streaming. Yeah, I think like if there's, I don't know, if there's money to be, like blockchain doesn't produce anything intrinsically valuable, and like everyone I know who's like super into it is like, either they end up losing everything, or there are people who are like want to use it for like not necessarily like criminal activity, but their ideas like make some like sketchy crypto gambling thing, or they want to make something, put cryptocurrency in it, and then figured a way to like just make a whole bunch of money. There's no desire to actually make anything useful in almost every cryptocurrency thing that I hear about. No XPR. I'm trying to find something bad with it. Give people the crypto experience. Yeah, I mean, there's just there's too many rug pulls, and like I don't even I don't even like care about it. Like it's just constantly, like there's that website, what is it called, pump.fun, where you can just click a button and then do a rug pull. Like it's such a, and people I don't know if people are like falling for it, but well, I guess some of them are like, people buy it because they know it's a rug pull, but they're like, if I can get in early enough on the rug pull, then I'll make money. And that's what that's what it boils down to now. It's just, I've no interest in it at all. Let's see. Now, does this is a TTY? Does that work from Java? That's interesting. I noticed that the chat revenue, it switches between, sometimes it'll say Canadian dollars and sometimes it switches back to US. I looked at it and was like, did it go down? But it went, it just changed to, I think, to Canadian. Doesn't it depend on who's donating? So the total, like, as I can't hover over it, but like over here, like where it says chat revenue, that number. I looked at my stream yesterday. It was like I was clicking through, and then just one point at random, it switched the chat revenue from, it had a prefix on it, Canadian dollars, and then it just randomly switched. It went to US dollars. So if you keep an eye on it, it may, like right now, look, there's no CA in front of it. Before it said CA, and I bet it'll probably randomly go the other way later. It'll just switch back to Canadian for some reason. Let's see. You gotta find a way to call libc function from Java. Yes, I can do that. Yeah, I'm thinking about ideally if it's possible to just do it in Java, because I do have a J and I library, so I could just stick it in there and then call it. Ripple isn't what you were talking about. I guess every 3-letter permutation will be taken eventually. Yeah, that's what I was a reminder of at first, but I heard blockchain, so. You can definitely call it C from Java. It's a native function. Yeah, I actually have a J and I library that exists, so if I need to, I can add it to that. Hey, Barbara, with consistent lowering of standards, I think we need to change our voting system. You're now stuck between choosing lesser evils. Have you thought about liquid democracy? I'm not familiar with the term liquid democracy, but I don't know, maybe if I can, once I can raise enough for my World Domination Fund, then I can fix our whole voting system. In Canada, you can still vote with a voucher. Really, I don't even know what that means. A vote with a voucher? Is that a real thing? You can vouch for someone's vote with a paper that has their name and address on it. So each person can have 2 votes if they take an immigrant friend and falsify the paperwork. Huh, I didn't know that. Liquid democracy lets you vote directly or delegate your vote to someone else you think is more capable. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the ideal thing would be like if we just had more integrity in the government in general. See, even if we fix voting, we still need someone good to vote for. If you have a system where a prime minister is never able to own anything, but they are provided a place to stay, so their only incentive is to lead to make their environment better, I think that'd be difficult to achieve. I mean, it's too like not owning stuff is too different from the normal course of human life. Like you need to very like anyone who wants to obtain power and stuff, it's also going to want to attain material possessions and money and stuff. It's going to be difficult to separate those two things. I'd really like to not. Let's see what this does if I. Just a whole bunch of chats. Commit to full servitude and be rewarded with a basic life. Andrew Stevens gifted 5 memberships. Nice. Congratulations to Dutton 1, Orthodox NPC, Daniel Dyer, and Seth Gibson. Thank you very much. That's very generous of you. Oh, and Dominic Bernard got one as well. Congrats. How much land do you think is required per person to be able to fully sustain on hunting, fishing, foraging, trapping? And how much does it take if they have gardens? I guess that probably depends a lot on where the land is and how plentiful it is. If it's like a gravel at the top of a mountain, you can't do much with it. In tech terms, the error checking and error correction in the system is not working. Look at corporations, they'll make harmful decisions as long as the fines punishment is less than the profit. Yeah, I think we're going through a period where like capitalism is an optimization process, and there's some of the, there's a lot of money to be made in like breaking rules, but there's like where I am here, if you break the rent control rules, you can only make $100 a month. People will just obey the rules. But when it's become so profitable to break the rules that companies are just like, oh well, we'll just deal with it. And it'll probably get worse and worse until this kind of like exploitative capitalism stops becoming so profitable. Like it'll probably get worse for a while. I was alerted that I'm now a channel member. Thank you to Andrew Stevens. Based. I got a garden. It's not going to grow me steak. Yeah, it's a lot of. It takes a lot of energy to grow meat. Have you heard of solar punk? Yes, I have. It's an interesting idea. I mean, there's only like a few brief pieces of like concept art about it. It would be interesting to see more like, I don't know, it seems like more like an artistic idea more than anything else at this point. Because it's one thing to go from like a visual idea to like something where all the economics are like self-sustaining and it's actually been, implemented in practice. Earth ships, solar punk. I want to make that a theme of my land Airbnb spa. But that's one of the things. I had a stream a while back where I gave AI some prompts for like solar punk stuff. If you want to get like ideas for your spa, then I would strongly suggest AI image generation. I've used Grok. I don't know what other ones would be good, but it's interesting Just like you can just prompt AI and say like make the most beautiful spa ever that's inspired by solar punk and solar panels and stuff, and it'll just generate something. It's like it'll probably be like kind of ridiculous and impossible, but you can get some ideas from that. And let's see what that does. Yeah, the like brainstorming, I think is a pretty killer use case for AI. Definitely don't use any blueprints that it gives you, but like you look at all sorts of like crazy like spas where the water is like impossibly sitting on top of stuff and things that don't make any sense. But okay, that might have worked. Front greenhouse or a leach bed / gray water system, just a septic. For a while, I got into there's a whole rabbit hole of like YouTube videos of building our own like aquaponics systems and stuff for building like closed systems for recycling. What was it? They were putting I think the fish, the fertilizer from the fish, like creates like fertilizer for I forget what they were supporting, but it was like a couple ecosystems were kind of feeding off each other. I attempted to use AI as sparingly as possible, but I did use it one time for a brainstorming session for a creative project. It was an interesting facsimile to just asking someone about my ideas. Yeah, sometimes it's some of the feedback you get is just kind of like lukewarm. It's not like genius level stuff. Okay, this might be better. I'll probably go with that then. I have another piece of land where I'm building ponds and have an Aztec style floating leaf garden on top. That sounds pretty neat. Aquaponics is what I will do eventually, given enough time and funds. Yeah, having having land is awesome and empowering. With some chickens, maybe a goat or two. Yeah, it's nice to have the freedom and the space for that stuff, but then again, it's also a lot of work. You could spend a lifetime maintaining a property. I guess the one advantage I have is when stuff here breaks, I can just like complain to the landlord. I use AI every day to bounce ideas off. It gives me more than people, it seems. Yeah, it's great to have the immediate feedback. Vibe coding is not my cup of tea. I'm not sure if I don't know if does anyone actually use like vibe coding as anything other than like a joke? Land needs money, or you can live like a caveman. Yeah, I mean, some land is also kind of useless if it's just like a lot somewhere on a field. Can't really do much with that. If you've got like some access to water or like interesting features on it. Land is my end goal at this point. Somewhere to work on projects. I'd like to be buried on my land, eventually with a sapling in my chest. That's very I never really thought about that, but it's kind of a very interesting, like a spiritual concept, to live on a piece of land and to have your own grave there. Although you probably have to get like zoning for it though. PewDiePie switched to Linux. Maybe he watched my videos and got Linux pilled. I only use LLMs to fix my grammar. Yeah, it would probably be good at that. I wish you luck. Land in good location. It's hard to come by. I don't know. The Earth is pretty big. There's lots of land out there, although it doesn't have good. A lot of it doesn't have good road frontage. I felt that ever since I was a kid. I saw someone that basically had, the world gave you energy, so we give energy back to it. That's very poetic. I use LLMs to find my niche IT products. Yeah, I haven't used AI too much outside of my use case for the daily YouTube posts. I have some positive things going for me, primarily with U.S. veterans benefits, but I still need to raise money. Found 100 acres for 30K, 15 minutes from downtown. That's not bad. Look for 2-year-old listings. Look for 2-year-old listings and ask for less than half. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Find people who are willing to compromise. But then again, I don't know. If the economy kind of goes downhill in the near future, then we may. It would be nice if we actually saw some decrease in housing and land prices in the near future. You might be able to get some even better deals. Let me think. See, it is 8:30. Should I call it a night? I think I might call it a night. I got some stuff I want to do tomorrow. I may also try streaming tomorrow, but I probably won't be as long. Get some rest. I don't know. I guess I'll leave it at this 5 hours. I mean, realistically, it's not too difficult. The only thing is my wearing the headphones for a long time gets hard in the ears. Oh, maybe I have to think about maybe I'll have to switch to earbuds or something. As long as the government doesn't retract my benefits when those market conditions become available, and I might become angry. Yeah, hopefully the governments are. I mean, in the U.S. and Canada, the government's in a lot of flux. They don't know what they're doing. They're, I mean, I think in the U.S. they're trying to clean up stuff in the government, but unfortunately, there's a lot of like chaos and collateral damage. Be a vulture. Smell death. Liquidations. Despair. Divorce. Most bad situations where someone is desperate and you make money even in the stock market. I mean, technically, if you're lowball offering people, you're providing them with liquidity. Anyone can go in there and offer someone a low price. Yeah, there might be some low prices shortly, but then again, we also, like, raspberries are getting definitely not going down in price. So there's I think a good case for like lots of inflation, but then also deflation in the near term. So it's hard to say where things are going to settle. But will the interest rates be low when the prices are? If you've got cash to invest, then it doesn't matter. Probably won't be able to purchase for at least another 5 years, unless I figure out an income stream that I could do while attending university. I guess if you can, hopefully you're in a co-op program. VI pays my tuition and a living stipend. Not enough to save toward land. Existing assets could be used for down payment, but then I couldn't keep making payments. Zero idea what a co-op program is. During my undergrad, when I studied software engineering, we had a co-op program. So we do one study term and then a term where we actually go work somewhere. So we'd actually get to make a bit of money and get a bit of work experience. So I guess internship would be the other name for that. But I don't know. I think, in my opinion, being able to do internships while you study, or like helping to break up your study, really makes a big difference. It's good for being able to produce money to pay the tuition for next term, but it's also very good for morale, I find. I use homemade styrofoam speakers. You epoxy a spot, stick on an exciter on the back, hung by eye hooks and fishing wire. That's very innovative. Also might depend on what university you're going to, if they fall in line with the current administration or not. Yeah, I've heard, I haven't followed that too closely, but I know there's some institutions are really getting the hammer coming down on them. I can't say I've looked too far into it. I just got accepted to my major. Short version is the university gave me credit for 3/4 a degree from my military experience. Okay, so you got credit for 3/4 of a degree. So that, I guess, if that means you only have a quarter left, that's not too bad. Then you can complete that and then get into the workforce. Oh, but none of it counted toward my degree progress. They gave you credit for 3/4 of a degree, but it doesn't count toward your degree progress, because I'm not sure what that means. But you said it. They gave credit for 3/4. Was it 3/4 or 0? Okay, you earned 115 credits. None of these credits meet the degree requirements. That sucks. Your video about immigration was awesome. Yeah, it seemed to get mostly. I haven't gotten too many negative reviews of it, so hopefully some important people who can actually have the ability to make decisions can watch that and improve society for everyone, including immigrants. Degree is STEM, but I had a STEM job. STEM job in the Navy, didn't use calculus, so nothing counted. The university has eyes. Yeah, I think, I mean, the ideal case is if you can, getting like degree programs and stuff that are as much connected to internships as possible, like getting connected to the workforce. The worst outcomes, I think, are always things where you do like a like some kind of self-study. You spend 4 years like doing a distance ed course, and you're not like building connections and building connections with people and the industry. But at Waterloo, yeah, actually, I mean, I don't even know of many other places that have as good of a co-op internship system than compared to Waterloo, because they absolutely give us the opportunity to get very connected to a lot of different businesses. I did 6 different internships during my undergrad at 5 different companies. I have 2 degrees that are in STEM. My job doesn't have me doing calculus. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had to do calculus. Now you will know why I sent multiple very angry emails to university admissions people. My SWE friend basically said, projects and internships, even though I'm not SWE. I get the intuition that he's still correct. Yeah, that's unfortunate that you can't get that stuff counted. I guess I don't know what exactly your day-to-day experience was, but I don't know. Maybe we can. I guess I'm sure there's probably some. If you Google around on some Reddit forums and stuff, there's probably some community knowledge about different whether it is or is not possible to get some credit transferred, or get some kind of if your experience actually counts for something. Because I mean, you took all that time, and to waste like an extra 6 months a year, or even more than that, like reviewing the same stuff. There's some government institutions that said exactly what I did, translated for university admissions people. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess maybe it's possible that it wasn't necessarily transferable, but if you can do more research and try to find, trying to get it to count for some credit somehow at one university or another, because you have to waste all that time. It's not only the money, it's the time. I require 5 credits in electronic circuits, for example. University gave me 17 credits of electronics coursework, but since there was no calculus. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if you could maybe you could just ask them if you could do like a calculus course or something, or do like some. I have no idea what their standards are, but it'd be great if you could just like do some distance education, some online calculus course or something, and have that count. I encourage people here to look up Peter Turchin. I think software development can be done in an apprenticeship route. Degrees aren't what they used to be. Knowing what we know now is not required. Yeah, I think, and especially with AI now, there's going to be, I think, a reckoning in higher education. And I think the Trump administration, there was some like student loan forgiveness, but they went back on that. So now there's all these people who are getting chased for their unpaid student loans, think that's just going to sour people more on higher education. You can make more money, but you can never make more time. True. Didn't have to calculate perfectly. Dampen oscillator, not even once. That's a shame. Had to calculate that all the time to keep the reactor running. All right, well, it's getting close to 9. I'm probably going to call it a night. This was a decent stream. I got a little bit of stuff done. Got a little bit of code written, but thank you guys for thank you for the to Andrew Stevens for the gifted super chats, and to Dominic Bernard for the super generous super chat donation. I'll probably, we'll see what happens. I may do another stream tomorrow, and then I have some other. I'm going to try filming something tomorrow, and then I actually have some other obligations. So, but we'll see. Maybe on tomorrow again. Appreciate you for letting our videos be a window for that. Wish you the best on your YouTube and life, brother. Thank you very much. Have a good night, guys.